and woes of life. Love deprived, looking to revive. What's the meaning of life? One subjective paradise. Crystal chandeliers, moments reflected. Often mirrors appear clear, grinning from ear to ear. Craving that raven and grain, rekindle the flame. Closer she draws near. Stay there, remove your underwear, shove it somewhere over there. In paradise, we know our purpose. In paradise, we know what our worth is. In paradise, we manifest dreams. In paradise, truth is what you conceive.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of the Unpopular Hour. Of course, I'm your host, Matt Clark, and today we're coming to you from my office, trying to get everything set up for my birthday weekend. Hope everybody is enjoying the show. I don't know what happened to my Facebook for whatever reason. It was unable to connect, but we're still on YouTube, and so if you guys want to come and turn over to YouTube, you can do that. So I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. Let me get this squared away and send it over here. We have a pretty good show. We're kind of going to do our Thunder preview. Watch on YouTube. Let me see. Watch on YouTube. Search Unpopular Hour. But anyway, we're going to talk about the NBA last night. NFL Monday Night Football, which was a snoozer. And then we're going to talk about the NBA preview, Thunder preview, and then we're going to go do I think we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to go ahead and do the Thunder show tomorrow. That's going to let me see, what is that? The Thunder show tomorrow night that we're going to do a Thunder complete preview. We're going to go over today too, but tomorrow night we're going to do a Thunder preview. So I'm looking forward to for that as well. So that's going to be exciting. I'm pumped up about that and get that going. So that being said, on Monday Night Football last night, it was a snoozer. Like I said, I don't think, it wasn't as popular as Sunday night. I can promise you that, because Taylor Swift was not in attendance for the Giants. I can promise you that. And the Seahawks. Seahawks won 24-3. Seahawks now improved to 3-1. Giants 1-3. I still don't know why they paid Daniel Jones all that money. When I first saw that, I was like, what in the world are y'all doing? Why are y'all not? I didn't understand that. I'm like, you have the franchise tag. This is what it's for. But you try to use it on Saquon Barkley because you don't want to pay a running back. But yet you pay Daniel Jones. I didn't get that. I don't know if that was a way for them to give Daniel Jones some more confidence or whatever, but you basically messed up the locker room. And let's face it, you should have lost to the Cardinals. You shouldn't have beat the Cardinals. You should not have a win right now. You should not beat the Cardinals. But anyway, the Giants were they're just dismal. They're trash. They're trash right now. Geno Smith, 13 for 20, 110 yards, 1 TD, 0 interceptions. I thought Geno was okay. He wasn't. He's just Geno. That's something that he's just not spectacular. I think that the Seahawks, if they can go get a quarterback, because Drew Lock is their backup quarterback. So if they go get a quarterback in the draft. It's rich. It's loaded with quarterbacks this year. There's a bunch that you can go get. And if I was them, I would go get me one. That's just me. If I was doing it, that would just be something that I would do. Daniel Jones, 27 of 34, which was good. You look at that, 27 of 34, 200 yards, no TDs, 2 INTs, and fumbles. So it's just, I don't know how you can see paying him $40 million. I just don't understand it. I didn't understand it when they did it. To me, you franchise tag Daniel Jones and you paid Saquon Barkley $2 million more than he asked or whatever, basically what you paid him now. That's what I would have done if it's me, but Saquon Barkley is out. And it just goes to show you that if Saquon is not playing Daniel Jones, which he does great off the play fake, but if Saquon Barkley is not back there, the linebackers aren't going for a play fake. They're just not. There's no fear of anybody doing anything to them. So I feel sorry for the Giants a little bit, but you know, you as the general manager, you should have known that. I mean, we all knew that. We're like, why are you paying Daniel Jones $40 million a year? What in the world, $90 million guaranteed? Are you kidding me? Pay the guy, do the guy 1 year thing, and then move on. Or another year if because he plays like this, I promise you wouldn't give him a contract. But instead, now you're locked down. Instead of being locked down this year, he plays bad. Look at where you're at. You can go get your quarterback. You're not out a lot of money. You still got a bunch of money in there. But now, 93 million, you're down. 160 million for 4 years. In 2 years, of course, you can get out of it, no doubt. But I mean, you just pretty much. I didn't understand that, and now they're paying for it. Seahawks 281 yards total offense. Giants 248. Rushing yards 121 to 112. 13 first downs to 17. 0 turnovers for the Seahawks, which is basically why they won the game. And Daniel Jones throwing that pick six, 98-yard pick six. I mean, I just don't understand what the hell he was looking at. And I just don't understand what he's doing. I don't know what the hell he was. He threw the ball at the wrong time. But it's just one of those things, It's just one of those things. I mean, you picked the wrong guy, and it's bad. But the Seahawks only had 24 minutes in total time with the possession of the ball, and then the Giants 36. So you look at the Giants. They were 33 yards short of them in total offense, total yards, 9 yards short in running game, more first downs, but the turnovers, and then 12 minutes more in possessions. But the 3 turnovers just absolutely murdered them, and that touchdown that he gave up, which is a 14-point swing. Instead of them scoring 7, they gave up 7. That's a 14-point swing. Huge momentum. I think it's just I just, once again, I don't know what the hell they were thinking doing that, but it is what it is. Now, when I look at the power rankings, here are my new power rankings because we do them weekly because it is fluid, as someone says all the time. We can up and down it changes. So right now I have the Niners, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Eagles. Even though, I think the Dolphins are great, I cannot put them in front of the Chiefs yet because they haven't played the Chiefs. I think they play them in 2 weeks. The Bills smashed them, so you can't put them ahead of the Bills. And then the Eagles. The Eagles aren't playing well, neither are the Chiefs, but yet they continue to win. So that's kind of how I put those two in. Cowboys 6th, the Ravens 7th, the Lions 8th, the Seahawks 9th, and the Rams, the Rams 10. I stuck them in there because, when they get, oh my God, the Nakua deal, if he's not going to be the rookie of the year, it's going to be C.J. Stroud because they'd like to give it to the quarterback instead of a receiver that's unknown. They want to give it to the quarterback from Ohio State. That's what, it's all about. Recognition, of course, not productivity. Usually it's productivity and recognition both. But when they get Cooper Kupp back, along with Nakua, they're going to be a handful for people to deal with there. No question about that. So, but anyway, here's my power rankings that I have thus far. And then, of course, the schedule for this week. I was sitting there looking at it going, okay, well, this is going to be some interesting games this week as far as the schedule, the NFL schedule, and what teams are going to be able to do what. Because, it's starting to get down to that time where you're going to know who can play and who can't. That's basically what you're coming down to. You're going to know who can play and who can't. You're going to know which players have what, which teams are going to do what, and you're almost at that point where you're going to be able to know which NFL teams are going to be able to take advantage of situations and which NFL teams are not going to, because this is the first round of the season, if you want to call it, the first part of the schedule where the first 4 games, because there's 17 games, so there's 4 games down. So the first quarter of the season is over with. So here's the upcoming schedule this week for the NFL. You got Bears and Commanders on Thursday night, and we were talking about that show the other at the barbershop at Cutting Up on Friday. You look at some of these games, are these games that you really want to watch? Do you really care about the Bears and Commanders? Not really. Anyway, the Bears and Commanders, minus 6.5. Over under 44.5. 7:15, of course, on Prime Video on Thursday night. So if you don't have Prime Video, you got to go get it, or you're not going to be watching NFL games on Thursday. But anyway, the Bears and Commanders. I don't really care about this game. I mean, if I don't know if I'll watch it. I may go do something else because I'm planning on leaving the next day. So we'll see how that works. On Sunday, the Jaguars versus the Bills. The Bills are minus 5.5 point favorites over the Jags at home. The Jaguars are coming in, and the Jaguars are still trying to figure out who they are. I think they're still trying to get their feet. Trevor Lawrence in his second year in the system, trying to figure out exactly what under Doug Peterson, trying to figure out kind of how to get this season jump started. Remember last year, it took them a while to get going to the end of the year. So anyway, minus 5.5, over under 48.5. Of course, that is in London, and Jaguars played in London again. So I think, my thought process, and I said this a few weeks ago or a month ago, whenever it was. I believe that the Jags are going to be moving to London. I think the NFL is looking to put a team over there. They're getting the logistics down. How long does it take? How long can a team stay over there? And all those information. How would your families deal? What would be the situation over there? I think the NFL is doing that. That's why the Jaguars are there a couple of weeks in a row. What's going to happen if we leave a team over there? And let's face it, the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, do you really go to Jacksonville to watch game? I mean, really? And plus they're trying to expand their global market. So to me, I can completely see them doing that and expanding their reach. Texans and the Falcons, minus 2, over under 41.5. C.J. Stroud against, oh my God, my mind just went blank. Quarterback he played in Cincinnati last year. I'll think of his name when I'm not trying to. But anyway, another game at 12 p.m. I want to see my guy Bijan Robinson, so I'll probably watch that game a little bit. But my options at noon are real simple: Texans and Falcons, Panthers at the Lions. Lions are favored by 9, over under 45.5. Titans and Colts, 0.05. That's not really even a line. I think it is, but the Colts are 0.05 advantage, over under 42.5. Giants, Dolphins, minus 11.5. I think the Dolphins are going to smash the Giants simply because they got hammered. So I think they've got a lot to prove. I feel sorry for the Giants. They might get another 60 or 70 hung on them. That offense is going to have to hold on to the football, because if you leave the defense out there, they're just going to murder them. They're just going to murder the Giants. Saints and Patriots. Derek Carr's still hurt. Looked hurt. Don't know why he came back and played. I mean, I kind of do, but then on the other side, Deshaun Watson got approved to play but didn't play. Said that he didn't feel comfortable. He hadn't thrown the ball all week, and he just didn't want to get out there and really look bad. That's kind of what I think happened. But, bro, you got to get out there and play. Your teammates are depending on you. You can't afford to drop games, especially in conference against the Ravens. You can't afford to do that at home. On the road, yeah, I could see that, but at home, you've got to play. Then the Ravens and the Steelers and the Eagles, the Raiders and the Steelers, Ravens and the Steelers, another in-conference AFC North game. Steelers +3, the Ravens are minus 3.5 favorites, over under 38.5. And I think the Steelers, you got to do something offensively. I mean, Matt Canada hasn't not done anything. They're still sticking with him. It's the way that the Steelers organization are. They are about family. They are very loyal people. I get all that, but loyalty at some point has to translate into victories. And if it doesn't, Mike Tomlin, I'm sorry, you're going to have to make some decisions there about what you want this team to be and what you want to do, because y'all are not going to beat. Now, defensively, fine, but you didn't even play defense 2 games this year. Your defense has been just throttled. So you're going to have to figure that side of the ball out, which is your side. But on the other side, you're going to have to get your quarterback. You're going to have to upgrade the offensive line. You're going to have to get your new offensive coordinator. That's just the way that it is. The old school, because it reminds me, the Bears, winners forever, old school football. They're not winning. The Giants, old school, they're trying to adapt. Old school football, defense first. That's not working. The Steelers, defense first. That's not working. It's time for you guys to adapt and realize, offense, get your quarterback, get you some weapons, and go. And the one thing the Steelers do draft are wide receivers and defensive ends. That's one thing they've always been able to do. And so I think that's something that they need to do again. They need to look into because at the rate it is that currently, they're not going to be able to survive if they do it that way. It's just not going to happen. It really is not going to work. Um, then you got the Eagles and the Rams. Now that's going to be an interesting game at 12. So to me, I'm either going to watch the Ravens and the Steelers. Well, I'm going to watch whatever they're going to stick on me here in Oklahoma City. Actually, I won't be because I'll be driving. I'll be watching my grandson's basketball game. So I won't even be watching that. So I won't watch until 3 o'clock. What am I thinking? It's Sunday. Oh, wait a minute. That's Saturday. I'm confused on my day. So Sunday I will be back. I'll be in Oklahoma City. So I got to figure out who they're going to probably have on. My guess, they're going to have Jalen Hurts in the Rams on because Jalen is a former quarterback at OU. So I'm assuming that's who the Fox local station will have on the Eagles and the Rams. And, I'd almost rather watch the Ravens and the Steelers, but I'll watch either one. Matters not to me. Bengals and the Cardinals +3. Over under 44.5. Love what I'm seeing. Out of the Cardinals, the Bengals, they're just a disaster. I'm getting murdered in my fantasy league because Joe Burrow is my quarterback, and I just got to find me a quarterback. I guess I don't really play it, so I mean, it was automatically drafted by the computer, so I don't even miss out on the draft when it happened. So, which I could care less on what the deal is, to be honest with you. Big Jets versus the Broncos. Well, I'm gonna say let's go back to the Bengals and Cardinals. First of all, let's go back to the Eagles and Rams. First of all, the Eagles are -4.5, which is fair. I can understand that. Eagles and Rams, I get over under 50. I think that's going to be about right. 24-17, 28-21, something like that. Bengals, excuse me, Bengals and Cardinals. The Bengals are favorites over the Cardinals. I don't know what they expect to see what happen. I think they expect the wheels to come off on the Cardinals bandwagon at some point. I don't know if that's going to happen because the Bengals right now can't protect. Joe Burrow can't push off his back leg because of the calf injury. And like I said before, you're not Mahomes. Don't try to be Mahomes. Just go back. Took the first 2 weeks off. Get those extra 2 weeks to make sure your calf is healed. Don't try to jump back and think that you're him because you're not. His body style is different than yours. His muscles heals differently than yours. Jets and Broncos. The Broncos -6.5 favorites over the Jets. I would take the Jets in this. Russell, now I will say Russell Wilson has played much better. And what the Jets need or the Broncos needed was a come behind win like they got last week and to maybe change the fortunes of their season. But that's a 3:25 p.m. game. I'm going to be interested to watch that out of the corner of my eye because I will be watching the Chiefs and Vikings, Mahomes versus Kirk Cousins. The Vikings are +5, over under is 53, and that's just crazy. I think the Chiefs are going to beat up on the Vikings. I just do because I don't think the Vikings can guard them. But on the same time, the thing with the Vikings is they like to blitz. And if you blitz Mahomes, that is the worst thing you could possibly do. And Brian Flores knows that, but he loves to be aggressive. So we'll see what's going to happen. Is he going to step back and make the Chiefs players get open, which the wide receivers have not been able to do? The tight ends, yes. The wide receivers, no. The Chiefs are going to have to go back to running the football. That's what they're going to actually have to do. Cowboys and Niners at the 7 o'clock game. The Niners are 3.5-point favorites. Over-under is 45 points. I'll definitely be glued to the TV watching the Cowboys at the Niners. I'm excited about that. And, of course, Monday night, Packers and the Raiders +2, over under 4.5. That's Monday night game, 7:15 on ABC. So Gonna be interested to, oh yeah, it's ABC and ESPN since they're owned by each other. So that being said, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Want to thank our sponsors, Collaborative Logic, for everything that they do for us, keeping us up and running, taking care of. You got any needs for software rewritten, any software, custom software to have your office run smoother, or if you need website design, they can do all that. Or sell your computers, upgrade your network, set you up a network. And especially if they do that, the thing I love about them is they can remote in and not have to come in and disrupt the flow of your office. So I really like the fact that they can do that. They do that to me all the time. Love it. SRB, if you have any engineering, surveying, or planning, Mark Long is the dude to talk to about that. Oak Grove Trucking and my guy Jose Fierro, if you have any needs for rocks or dirt to be moved, he is the man. Craig and Max Nafee, want to appreciate their support as always, taking care of me and doing all the things that they need to do. They're great at NAFCO. They have a variety of different things that they do over there, so I appreciate their support. YNB, family owned and operated since 1912. They are the bank that makes things happen. They're an equal housing lender and a member of the FDIC. Proud sponsor of us to go out and support women, minority, and black-owned businesses in the Oklahoma City area. You can pre-qualify online at www.ynbok.com. That's www.ynbok.com. You can go into any of their locations at 401M in downtown Yukon, YNB East, which is off the Parkway, and 66 or 39th Expressway, however you look at it. YNB Mustang 218 North Mustang Road, YNB Parkway, which is off Garth Brooks, just south of I-40. If you exit that eastbound exit off I-40, it's right there to your right in front of the hospital. And then YNB Peoples, which is the bank that I always go to, is 6201 Northwest 23rd between Rockwell and MacArthur. It's a bank I always go to because it's in Bethany and Oklahoma City, closer. I don't have to go. Only time I go to Yukon is to do the show, or if I've got to go to the bank to do some main business, then I go there to the main bank there in Yukon. So want to appreciate their support. DT Construction and Consulting, if you have any needs for any any roofing or construction of any kind, inside out, painting, whatever, Drew is the man for that. 405-209-4051. You can call him at 405-209-4051 or email him at dtconstruction2015 at Outlook. He is respectful, local, and loyal, which means he answers the phone if you call him. So I tell you what, this is my favorite time of year because the NBA season starts and college basketball starts and high school basketball starts. It all starts. So I'm so pumped up right now because basketball season's here. As a friend of mine said, the only good thing about football is that it means basketball season is around the corner. So I'm excited about that. And you can see I have my Thunder gear on today because the Thunder play, a week from yesterday is the first game. And we'll talk about that here in just a little bit when we get to that. But what I did today is I went through and I gave my NBA predictions for who I think is kind of like the same thing I did with football. I gave my early predictions on before the season started, just who I thought was going to win, what the positionings were going to be. So anyway, I'm going to see how that plays out, how right I was at the end of the year. So in NBA playoffs, this is what I've got for the Eastern and Western conferences. I've got the Suns, the Nuggets, the Kings in the 1, 2, 3, and the Lakers in the fourth position. And I have my hopes out that the Thunder can squeeze up to do 4 or 5 if they play well. I just don't know what our coach can do. There's two factors between us being 6 and 4, and that is how well the coach is going to do, and how well Chet is going to do. Those are the two things that are going to matter, along with Josh Giddey. Those 3 things. One, the coach. How is he going to help us, and what is he going to do for us? Is he going to hold us back by making bad decisions, or is he going to play the players that need to be played to make sure we win games? That is the number 1 question. Number 2 question, is Josh or is Chet going to want to demand the ball, or is he going to want to just play his role in the system? And that is attached to Josh Giddey, which is 2A or 3, or however you want to look at it, because now Josh has to make a decision. Do I want to make sure Chet is the man, since that's my boy and I'm hanging out with him, he's going to pass him the ball first and look to score second and go back to being passive Josh? Or is he going to be the Josh that gives Oklahoma City all the ability to win games by looking to score first and then deal with Chet second? And now they're boys, and Chet, to me, is pumping Josh, hey, man, you got to give me the ball. We got to do this. We got to do that. I can promise you that's what he's doing. And if he's doing that and Josh is listening to him, instead of Josh being the elder statements and going, listen, this is how our pecking order is: SGA, me, J-Dub, then you. And then Dort and Isaiah Joe, whatever. If Chet doesn't understand that, the Thunder are going to be in trouble. If Chet does get that, I think the Thunder can move up to the 4th or 5th spot. Play in, I think it's going to be the Mavs. I think they're going to solve the Kyrie and Luka thing, and plus they've added some pieces. The Grizzlies, I think once Ja gets back, he's going to be on a different level. And with Jaren Jackson in there, added with Marcus Smart, I think they're going to be on a different level. I really, really do. But I just don't know. I, that conference that they're in is just their division is just, man, it's tough. The Clippers, Paul George, and how he's going to react to things, and then the Pelicans, what's going to happen with them, how well they're going to play as a group, and what they're going to be able to achieve as a group. That's going to be the $1 million question to me. What they're going to do, because they definitely have the skill set. There's no question they do have the players. What's going to happen with it is the $1 million question. In the Eastern Division, I've got the Bucks, the Celtics, the Cavs, the Sixers, because I think Joel Embiid is going to win games simply because he's Joel Embiid, and then they have Tyrese Maxey. James Harden is a complete distraction. I almost didn't put him in there, but I did not want to disrespect Joel Embiid and Maxey because of James Harden. So I've got the Heat at number 5 because I think Jimmy Buckets and Bam Adebayo are going to win games along with Eric Spoelstra. Coaching is going to get, because you got a good coach, you're going to get 20 wins. A good coach is worth 20 victories, easy. So I think there's going to be half their battle. I think they're going to be right around 50 wins. That's what I think, but I think Spoelstra's going to get them in. And then the Knicks are the Knicks. You got Jalen Brunson, you got Randall, R.J. Barrett. I just think they're still who they are. I'm not that confident in the Knicks, but I do believe when you look at the East, you know the play-ins are going to be the Pacers, the Hawks, the Nets, and the Magic, because hopefully Trey has solved the issues that they have, and they've got some help, so they've got some additions. So we'll see how that new place. But you got to, I mean, this will be your year and a half in with your coach, so you'll be able to know kind of what he wants and you guys and what he expects, and he knows what to expect out of you. So I think the Hawks will still make it to the playoffs, but I still think they are a play-in team. Pacers, I think they're young, they're scary, they've got some players. I think they're definitely a team that can be reckoned with. The Nets are just loaded. I mean, with Bridges and Cam Johnson, I think they're loaded. I really, really like what the Nets have done. And then the Magic, I think they're ready to make a turn. I really, really think that they're ready to make a turn. So, but anyway, this is my thought process on who I think can win the games, who can sustain it, and we'll see how it actually ends up working out. But like I said, Western Division: Suns, Nuggets, Kings, Lakers, Golden State, and Thunder. And then the Eastern is the Bucks, the Celtics, the Cavs, the Sixers, Heat, and Knicks. So that's kind of how I'm looking at the breakdown of the teams and what can happen. But we shall see how it ends up working out. So, but like I said, to me, the Thunder's position is easily is just going to determine on what the coach does. What the coach is going to either empower us to do, or he's going to keep us back from it. Because, like I said, I'm not that big of a fan of him. Randy Wright, the commander at YMB, he's definitely not a fan of his. So we're going to see how it works out. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I really don't. But we shall see how it works out. But it is or it isn't. Whatever the situation is going to be, it's going to be. But I do believe that they have a chance to really do something there. So we shall see how it works. But like I said, number one, is the coach going to give us a chance to win 20 games, or is he going to cost us 5 games, or is he going to cost us 6 games? That's the question that I have for him. Then the biggest issue, the second issue to me, and is just as big as the first, is Poku. I mean not Poku, but is Chet going to be willing to take the back seat and be the fourth option, or is his ego, because he thinks he's greater than what he is, thinks he's going to take it over, and that he and Josh are going to be the players? And if that's the case, it's not going to work. And that's kind of how I look at it. Let me say yes. But anyway, to me, that's exactly how the way that I look at it. The Thunder have a big opportunity to do something here. Uh, but the question is our coach going to hold us back, or is he going to empower us? Second thing is Chet going to be a team player, or is he going to be individual? And is he and Josh think they're going to take the team over? And I can promise you that SGA is our best player. And if it doesn't go SGA Josh J Dub or SGA J Dub Josh, then Chet, Oklahoma City is going to underachieve this season, which means you're going to have to go out and get a coach that's going to say, this is your job, this is your job, this is your job, this is your job. That's what they're going to have to do. I mean, you're gonna if you want to get back, because you're building a new facility. You've got one of the top 5 players in the NBA playing for you. You got us all-star again, which no one expected us to have again once we lost KD. Now you got him back. Now you have one. So the thing is this: play your strengths. But you got to have a coach that can do that. And speaking of that, I decided to do a top 10 duos now that Dame has joined Giannis there in Milwaukee. I want to do a top 10 duo and honorable mentions as well, players. So you've got Giannis and Dame at Milwaukee. A lot of people have Jokic and Murray. But, my deal with Jokic is he can't play defense. He's a ridiculous offensive player, but he can't play defense. Dame is way better than Jamal Murray and way more consistent and way more clutch. So that's why I got those guys up. Plus, I don't know if you see at the bottom of the screen, for those of you who are not being able to watch, the only duos to ever average 30 points a game are Elgin Baylor and Jerry West and Giannis and Lillard. Those are the only two backcourts, or only two teammates have ever averaged 30 points a game. Now, remember, the Thunder is the only team to ever have 3 players score 30 in a game, and we've done it twice. We did it once with SGA, Josh, and J Dub, and then we did it with KD, Russell, and Harden. I mean, think about what the opportunity is. Now you got a new big 3. You can really do something with that. But like I said earlier, what's Chet going to do? So anyway, KD and Booker. KD is he did not close like he normally did at the end of last year, which kind of bothered me a little bit. So that's why I've kind of got him dropped down. Booker is still Booker, and he's an ascending player. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, I like them both, but neither one of them have a end of game closing shot. But I think Drew Holiday will solve that issue for the Celtics, like we talked about yesterday. I think that's going to solve them, because the thing about Marcus is that Marcus is a leader, and he wanted to take over. Marcus Smart didn't have the skill set to really close out games like he tried to do. But you got to give him an A for effort, because of the simple fact that he was willing to take the shot when the rest of them weren't. He was willing to make the move. He was willing to do it, and they weren't. So that's still the thing that drops those two down, and probably I could even go farther. Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, I think both of those guys are monster players individually and together, but especially individually. I like what I see with both of those guys. But with Jimmy, with that hair, I'm sure that's just his emo look, and he's not going to look like that, because he did not have his dreads when he played last year, even though he had it in his media day. So I don't know what that was, but boy, that was tough to look at. Steph and Clay, still one of the best duos. I may have them a little low, but I give it to them on the simple fact of what they've done in the past. So I'm giving them credit on what they have achieved before. That's kind of what I was doing right there. LeBron and AD. LeBron cannot play more than he can play a half. He cannot play a full NBA game anymore. He can't. And for him to say that AD is now the face of the Lakers, well, he should be, but he's not. You're still the face of the NBA, therefore you're the face of the Lakers. And I think Steph, and that's the thing with the NBA, they're looking for the next face because you and Steph have been the face. Really, it's you one, Steph 1A, or Steph 2, as far as being the faces of the NBA. Well, both of y'all are getting older, and both of y'all are on your last 2 to 3 years. So that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to actually going to play out. De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, I have both of those guys in as my eighth combo because remember we did have Sabonis at one point, but of course he and Russell didn't get along, so that was the end of that. And what a player he was! Would have loved to have him right now. Can you imagine him with SGA and Josh? Oh man, and J Dub, boy. And then SGA and Josh is 9. And, some people say you want to put J Dub in there. I'm not putting J Dub in there. I'm putting Josh in there because Josh, and to me, Josh does more things than J Dub. Now, J Dub is more physical, more athletic, no doubt, than Josh. But I think Josh, his ability to see the floor, his ability to read what SGA is doing, their lockstep, they've been together 3 years. I just got to give the nod, or this is their third year together. I've got to give the nod to those two. That's just kind of how I look at it. And Josh is just supremely talented, Mr. Double-Double Machine. Luka and Kyrie are 10. They're just individually talented, and I think that the Mavs will work it out. Like I said earlier, when it came down to what they're going to look like in the not in the playoffs, but what they're going to look like if both teams make it to the playoffs, or if they make it, I think they'll solve the issue because they've had enough time, and they're both good enough players to understand what the other one likes, and they're both very, very smart basketball players. So they just got to be able to check their egos and figure out, okay, are we going to do every other time? Are we going to do halftime? What are we going to do? And Kyrie's played with LeBron, so he should be able to know how to manage the situation. Now, Luke, on the other hand, has not played with anyone, so I can completely see what the situation is with Luka and what's going to be hard for him. Now, my honorable mentions are Kawhi and PG because when healthy, they're definitely one of the top 5 because they can D you up and they can score. But neither one of them can stay healthy. So that's the reason why I put those two down there in the bottom where I have them. Ant-Man and Karl Anthony Towns. Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. Anthony Edwards, I think he's just jumped because of where he was in this past summer has helped him with his confidence and everything else playing for the USA this year. And then when you're playing against guys who are just as good as you are, it's just going to help you grow. Same thing with Austin Reeves. Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland definitely probably would. I would say the best backcourts are SGA, Steph, Clay, SGA, Josh, Luka, Kyrie, and Mitchell and Garland. To me, are the best backcourts in the NBA. If I had to rank them, I would probably put SGA, Josh, then Steph, Clay, Luka, Kyrie, and then Mitchell, Garland. That's if I had to do it, I mean, like I said, I put Steph and Clay up there in front of SGA and Josh, even though I like them much, much better. It is what it is. You got to give somebody some respect on what they've accomplished in the past. Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, honorable mention for the Knicks. That's why I had the Knicks up there simply because both of those guys can play, but I'm not overly excited about those guys at all and what they can and cannot do. Ja and Jaren Jackson. Now, along with Marcus Smart, they've added him. And still Desmond Bain is still there. So I think the Grizzlies are going to be a team. Their conference is just so ridiculous on who they have to deal with. It's just crazy. It really, really is crazy what they've got to do there. Um, Donovan Mitchell, Joel Embiid and James Harden. Uh, James Harden did not show up to media day on purpose, and and I went over this yesterday about how James is and what he's doing. I mean, he took the money because he knew nobody else was going to pay him that. And to me, if you think you're worth all that, then why did you take the opt in? Because you know that's your last chance. You weren't nobody's gonna pay you that, and you're not leaving 35 million on the table. So you're gonna try to force your way out. Came the same way the Dame did, but I just don't see really anybody wanting you. And the Clippers really didn't want you, or they would have did and I gave them what they wanted. So clearly they did not want you as bad as you thought they did. And once again, the Clippers, I don't understand. You already have Russell. You don't have James. Get James Harden. You got PG and you've got Kawhi. Neither one of them can stay healthy. Russell is a crazed maniac, mistake-prone player. Talented as all get out. Athletic. Probably the most athletic guard that's played in the NBA. But that being said, I mean, you had James Harden with him. I don't understand how that's going to work. How would you put James Harden and Kawhi, Paul George, and Russell? I don't see how that's going to work. All those players, all those different personalities. And James, think about it. You wanted out of Oklahoma City, you went to Houston. You were the star, made a bunch of money. Then you wanted out of there, you went to New Jersey with the Nets. That didn't work out. Then you wanted to trade out, you wanted to go to Philly. That doesn't work out because Doc Rivers made you accountable. And you're a superstar. You're not going to listen to him because you can do whatever the hell you want. Find out, no, that's not how it works because you're old now. And that's where he's at. And now he wants to go to a different team. And I'm torn between what the NBA is doing by saying, okay, you've signed a contract. And yeah, you want out and we want you out, but we're not going to send you wherever the hell you want to go. That's not going to benefit us. We're going to send you where we can go, where unless you have a no trade, we're going to send you where the best place for us as an organization, for us to be able to go forward. And like I said, the Portland Trailblazers are doing the Sam Presti, Oklahoma City Thunder thing. Young, stockpile me some draft picks, add some players here and there. The difference is the Thunder are not really adding any veteran players, even though they had average Michik, and we'll talk about the Thunder here in a minute. So to me, I don't understand what James Harden is doing, and that's my problem with Embiid and him. Got question marks whether he's even going to be there. I think it's going to be Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. That's what I think. And Tyrese Maxey has slowly garnered better and better and better, so we'll see what he actually can do and what's going to happen with him. So I'm interested to see how that's going to how far is Tyrese Maxey grown. Now he's grown every year, so the question is he going to be able to grow to that next level to get Joel Embiid and the Sixers to where they need to be, or are they going to say forget it, let's do a dumpster thing and drop it down and get everybody else and start over? And like I said, here's the starting five for the Thunder, and I'm excited about our starting five because Nathan Taylor and I, YMB, were arguing about what arguing we were discussing on who we thought the starting five was going to be, whether it was going to be Jay Will and Dort coming off the bench, or Jay Will and J Dub coming off the bench with Jay Will starting. That was kind of our thing. And he and I both. I mean, he and I both didn't care because that's a luxury. That's a luxury that the Thunder have, and that's really, really nice. It's really nice. It makes it a lot easier. But anyway, that's the thing that they have, and I like what I'm seeing right there with this group. I mean, look at it. SGA, now I forget how tall Josh is. Oh, you forget how tall Josh is because you got to look. Chet, he's 7 foot. SGA is 6'3". Dort is supposed to be 6'5", but clearly he's not. And then you've got, which he plays way bigger, clearly. And then your J-Dub is supposed to be 6'6". Well, It looks like 6'3", 6'4", 6'2", 6'3", and then 6'7", 6'8", and 7 foot is what it looks like to me. But not a bad group. I'm looking forward to it. And remember, Monday night is the first game for those three. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in that game tomorrow, next Monday night, opening night, not opening night, but preseason. And I'm actually willing to go. And I think I went to a preseason game last year. I'd never really gone to preseason games before, but I'm interested to see what they're going to look. And I don't know how much he's going to play everybody. I would think that they're going to probably play just a little bit and then play all the other guys. So we don't know if we're going to do a show that night or not, and how that's going to affect us. But when you look at the Thunder roster, this is the Thunder roster for as of now for practice, as practice starting. So we don't know. This is not going to be the end all. This is not going to be the end. How do you say it? This is not going to be the final product for the Thunder. But here's our roster as of now. You've got SGA, Trey, Kaysen, Vasily, Vasily, oh, I'll say his name, Vasily Michik, and I thought it was Mechik, but it's Michik. Got him in there. Then, of course, shooting guards, Josh Giddey, Lou Dort, Isaiah Joe, and Oladipo. And the question is, are we going to keep Victor? And he'd be a nice little support role, but what do you need him for if you got Isaiah Joe? Now, the difference is Isaiah Joe is more of a shooter. Victor is a slash guy. Then what do you got with Dort if you're going to have him in? And then Josh Giddey. So these are nice problems to have. This guard group is, outstanding. But we know SGA is going to play. We know that Josh is going to play. We know that Lou Dort, Isaiah Joe are going to play for sure. And then Kaysen's going to have to get some time. And then Michik, we'll see what's going to play with him, even though I still believe that's a ploy to trade him. That's just kind of me, because I'd be more willing to give him up and get who we wanted in the first place with Utah, but we'll see. Small forwards, J-Dub, Aaron Wiggins, Jang, who is getting better. But like I said, I'm not going to give my grade on him until after this year, because I think last year he came from overseas. He was skinny. He was young. You could just see it was. If I gave him a grade, it would have been bad last year. It would have been unfair. Keontae Johnson, I love this kid, and most people don't forget that he was the SEC preseason player of the year before he had his heart issues at Florida. So I think he's slowly playing his way back into shape. He looked really good in the summer, and we saw him play at Kansas State against OU and against Oklahoma State. So I liked him a lot. I think that was a great pickup by the Thunder, and I think at some point it's going to be nice having you can have Kaysen, J-Dub, him, Chet, or even Jay Will along with Davis Bertans or Sarr. So you can mix that group up quite a bit. You got different options. Jack White, to me, I don't see him playing a lot. Lindy Waters, he should not play a lot. I can't believe I know why he's on the team. I can't believe it. Caleb McConnell, I'm really interested to see him, because to me, the one thing, and I'm going to throw up next here in just a minute, are the stats, so you can see why I'm talking about why it's important to have defense. And you'll see here in just a second, because offensively, I think we're going to be fine. We're going to be able to score the basketball. We know we're going to get 30 out of HGA. We know we're going to get 20 and 20 out of 20 or 20-something out of basically 40 points of some sort of combination between SGA and J-Dub. So right there, that's 70 points. And then, Chet's going to come in at 10 or 12. Dort's going to be at 12, 15, So kind of what, that's another, was that, was that 40, let me see, 30, 70, that's another 90-something points. And then you got another, you're going to get Jay Will for 8 to 10. You're going to get Isaiah Joe for 8 to 10. So that's another 10. So you're going to get right about what you're average. So I'm not really worried about his scoring. Power forwards, Poku, once again, is hurt. He's out for 6 weeks, which I believe that's making him going to miss the first week or he's going to come back right at the beginning of the season, maybe miss the first week or something like that. Kendrick Williams, which Nathan is a fan of. I, however, am not. Jeremiah Robinson Earl, I used to be a big fan of his. I just think that his health, and he just got hurt. I just don't think he somebody that we can really depend on. That's just, even though I like him a whole lot. Centers, Chet Holmgren, Jay Will, Davis Bertans, and Sar. Nice little centers group there. You've got the guy who's physical, who's going to get rebounds, take charges, defense guy. That will be Jay Will. Chet's going to be able to block shots and score some. A lot of it's going to be on pick and rolls and alley oops, and that's going to be a lot of what he's going to bring to the table for us. Davis Bertans is going to be the guy that we need to stretch the floor with. He's like a J Dub, a J Will, but he can't D up as well, can't rebound as well, but he can shoot a lot better or close to it. So he's more of a consistent shooter, a more willing shooter. Let's say more willing shooter. That's the best way to put it than J Will. J Will can shoot. He's just not as willing to shoot, whereas Davis Bertan understands that's what he's out there to mainly do is shoot and stretch the floor, play some defense, but to make plays. That's kind of what he's out there. And Sar is strictly out there to rebound, block shots, and do some alley-oop stuff. But, part of what I was talking about with the Thunder and what we have available for the Thunder is the defensive side, which is why I said Caleb McConnell is going to be a good deal. But, you've got SGA. Kaysen hopefully can play some defense. I don't know about Michik yet. Josh is still subpar. You got Lou Dort. Isaiah Joe can play some. Victor Oladipo, I think, is kind of past. Then you've got J-Dub, who's so. And then Eric Wiggins is a lockdown guy. Jane cannot play. And then Keontae, I think he can play. So, anyway, that's the group that you're going to have. So when you look at our Thunder stats, which is key, okay, this is key. We held opponents to 116, excuse me. I need to move that OKC and opponents over. We were third in the NBA in scoring and 20th in defense. And like I said, if we can move up to 12 or 13, that's worth 7, 8 wins easily. Okay? Which would put us at about 47, 48 wins. Now, if the coach can get us some wins, that puts us at 53 or 54. And if you had 52 to 54 wins, that puts you in 4th or 5th place. And if you're in 4th, that means guaranteed 4 home games if you handle your business at the house. Okay, so to me, the Thunder have very rare opportunities. But even if you're the 5th seed, whoever is at 4th, you're going to be right there with it. So you do have a chance to go in and win. And the one thing, the Thunder are battle tested. We know how to win close, contested games because we played in so many of them. We know how to execute down the stretch. We know what it takes down the stretch to win games. So advantage Thunder, even though we're young, we are battle tested, which matters. Field goal percentage, we're 24th, but we're 17th as far as giving up defense. So if 24th, that means we're going to have to shoot the ball better. And a lot of that was Dort bringing our shooting average down. So we're going to have, because, SGA he averages 30, but SGA shoots 21 times a game, and he's 14 for 21, 12 for 21, 13 for 20, 14 for 23. So he's always over 50% in his shooting. And then when you look at 47% on defense, we need to be better. It's not bad. That's right there in the middle of the pack, but we need to be about 12th in that we need to give up less threes, but that means what? Having guys who can defend the perimeter. And that's going to be key for us. Because if you can defend the perimeter, you can make people attack, and you've got J-Dub in there to take charges, and you've got Chet coming over and hopefully Sar to block shots. And I think J-Dub can block shots as well because he is long. And SGA for sure can block shots coming off the backside because he's long. So those things can improve. 3-point percentage, 35%. We need to bump that up to where we're 12th. What we're giving up in defense, we need to be up a little bit higher than that, but even though that's middle of the road. Assists, 24, 24 a game, which is 21st. You have to be able to improve that. But a lot of that is Josh is the only one that really passes the ball, so we got to make more of a concerted effort to hit. But a lot of that is missing a lot of open shots. We got to get shooters that can finish. 20th in the league, we got to get better at defending. And you can see defending, we're not bad when it comes to field goal percentage, but we've got to defend 3-point percentage. That's got to go. We need to be lower in that. And then points in the paint, we led the league, or we're 4th, and why? because of SGA scoring in the paint and Josh getting to the basket with his teardrops and his floaters. The more teardrops than floaters for Josh. But that was the key for us to be able to do that. And I think that's going to go up higher because Chet's going to score more doing alley-oops and stuff like that, putbacks. So that should improve our percentage as far as pips, points in the paint. So hopefully that will improve. But then defensively, once again, 17, and you can see what we average is a 17. You've got to be better than that. Okay, assist to turnover ratio, we were ninth, and then we were second, which is really really good. And then offensive rebounds, you can see 29th, and a lot of that is we're small. We're small. You got to be taller. Defensive rebound is 29th. Why? Because but you got to look at that, which to me, this number was always weird to me because offensive rebounds were ranked ninth. Okay? But on the other side of that, defensive rebounding, okay, we're 29th. And you got to be better than that. Okay? You got to be better than that. You can't, you look at the 29, 29, 22. And everything else is pretty much 17. If we can be, like I said, average around 13, 14, everything, the Thunder will be at 52, 53, 54 points, 54 wins easily. And if we can get down to the top 10, we're at 55, 56, and then we're going against Denver. We're going against the Lakers and Suns, and that's who we'll be going against if we can score. Now, we can score on people. Nobody's going to stop us from scoring, clearly, because we're ranked third. But you got to be able to defend. You can't be ranked third and scoring in 20th and giving up points. You got to be able to get stops, and that's what I was saying about McConnell and those guys. He's two-time Defensive Player of the Year. We've got to get better guarding the paint and being able to perimeter defense. So, and I think, Nathan made a good point by putting Chet and J-Dub together in there, and then that leaves you with three guys out front. Now, whether that's SGA, Josh, J-Dub, or whether that's SGA, Dort, and Isaiah Joe, or Michik, or whomever, but we're going to have one guy out there on the top who's going to be, Chet's just going to hurt you because he can't defend, but if he's out there running after shots, the block shots, or alter shots is running out there, but being a paint protector, I think that's great. But if he's trying to guard somebody out on the perimeter, he can't do that. Neither can Jang. Those are part of their weak spots. So that's something that you really got to look at. And then, of course, fourth quarter, 22nd. 22nd. Offensively, we're 19th. Why? Because we don't start off the fourth quarter very good. Okay? We don't start out the fourth quarter very good. And to me, part of what the Thunder need to fix is who starts the quarters. We know SGA starts the first quarter, third quarter. That's your starters. Second quarter, fourth quarter are the deficiencies on how we start. Now, we do end up with SGA ending every quarter because you got to. But the second and fourth quarters have been the Thunder's bugaboo. How you start them. And Randy, right now, it drives us absolutely insane when we're just sitting there. It's just so frustrating because we're sitting there looking at what the hell are you starting this group for? And like I said, the coaching is going to matter. Who are your substitution patterns? Who are you starting? Who are you playing? How are you playing them together? Now, over the first few games, it's going to be a little hit and miss because you got to figure out the rotations. Clearly understand that, okay? I understand you got to figure out who's going to play with who the rotations are. I get that 100%. I have no problem with that. I completely understand how you're doing that. No issues whatsoever on that. Get that 100%, okay? So to me, I've got to now figure out, okay, I've got that. Now what do I do? Now how do I make that work? How do I take the group that I have and how do I make sure that I'm most efficient to start the second quarter and the fourth quarter? And who does that mean? And when you look at the rosters, once again, we'll go back and pull up the roster so you can see what I'm talking about. It depends on who you're starting and who do you put in on to start the quarters. And here's our rosters. Now, SJ's on the bench. So that means you're either going to have to start Josh and or J-Dub in the fourth quarter. in second and fourth quarters. Okay, so that's going to give you. Let's say we start both of them. That's two. Then you got to decide. Okay, who's my third guy? Or let's say we just start one. Um, let's say we start Josh, and then you have Kaysen, and then you have Aaron Wiggins. That's three of them, and then you can do Jay Will or Chet. I'd play Chet and Josh together. If I got Josh on the floor, I'm having Chet on the floor. I mean, that's just what I would do because Chet's not going to do anything unless Josh is there. So if I start Josh in the fourth quarter, second quarter, then I'm gonna have Josh and Chet. Then you got to have Kaysen third, and then I want to have Aaron Wiggins on the fourth. That's my fourth, and then my fifth can be whatever. I can do Jay Will, I can do Dort, I can do Isaiah Joe, I can do Michik, I can even do Kendricks Williams. I can do a lot with that fourth guy. But if I start J Dub in the second quarter, fourth quarter, then I want to have J Dub, I want to have Kaysen, I want to have Aaron Wiggins for sure. So I want to have those three. Then my fourth will probably be either Jay Will or Davis Bertans. I would like that group a lot right there. Okay, I like that group a lot. And I'd have Trey just coming off the bench doing what he can do when he's good. So that would be how I would look at it. So, but like I said, the first few games are going to be important for what the Thunder do. Those first 10 games is figuring out what is my rotation. Now, remember, October 25th is the first game on the road at the Bulls, and then, of course, at the Cavs are our first two games. And both of those are going to be on Bally's, which I'm going to hate having to listen to Michael Cage. So frustrating having to listen to that man. But our first home game, October 29th against the Nuggets. So then we have the Nuggets, the Pistons, the Pelicans, the Warriors, the Hawks, and Cavs. So we have 6 straight home games after having 2 away games to start the season. Now, of these first, and then at the Kings, at the Suns, which are 2 huge divisional games. So to me, in that 10-game stretch, you're going to have to go 7-3, 8-2 to really, really cement who you are. Okay? Now, it's okay if you go 6-4 and 5-5 because you're trying to fill out what my rotations are. So it's the beginning of the season. But you can't be 4-6 or 3-7. You can't be that. You have to be 7-3, 8-2, somewhere around there to really show that you have made a jump. And that's going to determine who he plays and what he's done. It's going to take him a while to figure out the lineups, no question on that. But you got to remember, second and fourth quarter, you saw the stats on what we've got to do. Okay? And so to me, I'm excited because one is bringing me back to old days when the Thunderdome was rocking. Oh, man, I don't know if you people remember, but it used to be rocking in there. Love, love, love Thunderdome. It was loud. It's the loudest arena in the NBA. People were going crazy. Your ears were ringing. And so I'm looking forward to everybody being there again. And then, of course, that going forward to start our new facility. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So that being said, I'm hoping everybody has a fantastic day. Enjoy your Tuesday. Have a good time. Have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Peace out. Oh.